I don't want to scare anyone. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't want to scare anyone by just jumping on.
I'm hearing you fine.
Thank you, Joe Black. Joseph King is afraid. I'm not sure. Where did you plant your home? Was the question. Is that for Joseph King, likely? Hi, Cat Cat. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Joe. Yeah, I thought so. So if you guys have any trouble hearing us, just let us know. Joe has a serious need for fan, and that's the noise you're hearing in the Um, so if you have any problems with it, let us know. Otherwise, that's what that background white noise is his oscillating fan. It is not static on your end. It is not the devil trying to talk to you.
No, it's just tropical heat.
Interesting. So you did want to move. You've been saying that for a long time, and I think both of those were at least at one point on your list of traveling places, Mr. King. Is that accurate? Do you have someone that's going to replant with you? Because Teamsters, yeah. I thought Alabama was on the list though. I thought Oklahoma was in there just because it was sort of traveling that southeastern direction that you seemed interested in. Just you? I hope overall that's a good thing, in your opinion. Hi, Miss Wilf. We're just getting on. I thought the LionsGate was a good time to get on since I've been trying to get my butt moving on my other channel that's been sitting there parked and pretty much ready. And I know a lot of other people are sort of have hit the pause button as well and are hoping to get motivated. So LionsGate exercises might be the way to go about it. Alabama had some heckin' weather today. Thank you, Wolf. About the relocation or about the being a lonesome cowboy?
Is there any other kind of cowboy?
No, there's lots of different types of cowboys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Was there anybody that you've worked with that you think might head the same direction? Well, you know this pretty well, Joe King. The universe shakes you up, and when it's time to like replant and re-socialize. So a lot of times, sort of um, replanting you is a way of shuffling the deck and getting you with some other people, or at least new people to interact with and to explore different aspects of yourself and aspects of the type of people you're interested in socializing with, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Miss Williams, everybody's just catching up right now. Of course, I'm happy to do readings for people, and especially I was happy to do just pull some oracles for free for everybody in the under the theme of this Lionsgate um, thing that we have going on right now through the 12th/13th. But yeah, for me, it was just a good time. Plus, like, I was literally using those silly apps, those like necrometer apps and things, and they, sort of were like, "What are you doing, sitting around doing this? Just get online. It's the right time to do it when it's the Lion's Gate, and it's about everybody talking about their gratitude and what they are hoping to manifest and everything that they desire. This is the exact right time of year for there to be a huge shakeup in anyone's life because it's the exact right time to say, this is what I want, and this is what I need, and this is why I love myself, and this is what I want to fix. This is the exact window to do all of that. Good. I think that's good. I think some of us here would be jealous of your functional limbs, to be honest with you. So I think that is a good thing to be grateful for. Hi, Miss Claudia. In what way are you anomalous, good sir? I don't know. I mean, that's what they tell us, all right. But like, it sort of seems to hit later, like the constant pain. It'll happen. Don't worry. I mean, I'm not wishing it on you. I hope it doesn't happen. But you know, trajectories as they are. Good. I'm so glad, Wolf. Yeah, I've had a Dickens of a time. It's not so bad. My spine sounds like pop rocks, and you can do like some stomp routines with it. Because it's just like every other crappy thing that happens. You got to find the humor in it, or you might not have a fun time surviving it. And you seem like a fellow that's here to have a fun time. I'm sorry, Amanda, but I think it's wonderful you have so many kings in your life. And both of them are with you. Joseph's here right now speaking. Nick's here right now. We know Nick's feeling great. And I know loss is so hard. And I don't try and sound cold about it because everybody feels it. But I do know he's happy and okay. When life gives you melons, you may be dyslexic. He's been sending Amanda constant jokes, man. He says everything's golden, but I don't mean that in a heavenly way. Like, that's one of his, like, phrases I hear all the time. It's golden, man. The first couple days, too, he kept trying to talk to Amanda about Pulp Fiction, like, about, like, the wallet in Pulp Fiction, like the mine's the wallet says bad mother on it. Kept talking about that. I still don't understand that. I hope she does.
Yeah, that's a Samuel L. Jackson reference.
Yeah, from Pulp Fiction. He's funny. Well, you won Sour Patch Kids, so yeah, you won candy, I guess, if that's the question. So, okay, so the point for me to come on tonight is not, I mean, like, of course, I would love if anyone here wants a reading, if anyone here wants help. But the LionsGate is a time, right? It's a time in the Leo where usually I think it's 7 planets line up directly, and at least once annually they all go into retrograde, like simultaneously, and then line back up. And so it has a lot to do with certain houses, astrologically speaking. And if you're not astrology people, definitely just affects the general energy in terms of physics um, and magnetic pull and all of that kind of stuff. And so it's a wonderful time because of the certain planets that align, and you guys could read more about it. I don't want to read directly from any of my source material. That would be plagiarism. But um, it is a time where you really are meant to take stock. The eighth is sort of supposedly the pinnacle of the Lion's Gate, because if you turn it on its side, it's the eternity symbol, right? But it's really through the 12th or 13th of August. And they recommend during this window of time a lot, if you're a list maker or a journal person, or if you're an artist, that you create a lot of things in very certain specific categories in life. Like, for example, hold on here, I took notes. So some of the it's a great time to manifest abundance, which I think I've said like 94 times already. Um, but some of the things they want is to, like they suggest, is to really embrace yourself, to have a lot of like journaling or writing or just self analyzation in terms of like all of the things that you find extremely positive about yourself. Of course, everyone knows the things they would like to fix, but focusing on those sometimes just manifests a sort of a puts you in a cave and puts the echo of your negative aspects, or at least your perceived negative aspects, and echoing around you. So they recommend that you spend a lot of time focusing on your strengths. Um, Spend a lot of time in gratitude, whether that's to a higher power or the people around you. Um, Whether it's like Joe King and it's his joints and the breaths that he takes and his Sour Patch Kids, whatever it is, whether it's small, big, or in between, they recommend that you really spend a lot of time on gratitude. If you're a visualizer, do that. Connecting with nature. If you're somebody that can't be outside for very long for whatever reason, bringing some aspect of that into your area where you spend the majority of your time is advised. And then, again, they really, really, really like recommend a combination of writing down your goals, um, vlogging about your goals, creating art about your goals, and being extraordinarily specific about what you want to accomplish and in what timetable. And because the universe isn't a perfect thing, give like 4 examples. Be like, hey, I want to do this, but any one of these 4 ways, any one of these 4 ways that it manifests is fine by me, but I would really like it to be one of these 4 ways. Sort of trying to fine tune your manifestation. And so it's saying really be very, very specific about what you desire and think about every category of your life, starting especially with self-love and health and self-care, because if you don't have those things, it's going to be really hard for the rest to come and follow suit. Gratitude as well. And there are certain rituals and things that they recommend, but everybody has their own sort of practices for these kinds of things. Whether you're sort of Wicca type folks and you write things down and burn them so that the smoke goes up and flows all around you, or you're somebody that wants to write it down and bury it, write it down and put it in your pillowcase and sleep on it. I personally write down the things I'm looking to change, not necessarily negatives, but the things that I'm wanting to alter, and put them farther away from me, like I bury them outside or something. And then the things I want to bring closer to me, I write down and I put in a pillowcase. And even if you can't do even normal amounts of self-care, I struggle with that a lot of the time, physically speaking. And even just little things, relishing in those little things is really important, and sort of having a mantra when you practice those things, especially if you're struggling. And I know the majority of the people in here right now are in fact struggling with one thing or another. So even if it's like just brushing your teeth, like as you brush your teeth, you think you're doing that because you love yourself, and in loving yourself, you're going to get where you want to go. Or you think of brushing your teeth, that you're grateful because you have teeth. And whether they're fake or real, that you can use them to chew your food, but just sort of making everything a celebration of yourself, and sort of a prayer is a smart idea. Now I need to shut up and look at what Chad's been saying. You ready for midnight to burn your list? Anyone has iron? Yeah, I have a couple of pieces that I really love that have a lot of high iron content in them, not straight up just iron, but that's a great idea. It really absorbs a lot of trauma, like physically. He's totally right about that. Those stones and crystals that have a lot of iron, at least for me, and then a lot of people have written about how they're almost, like trauma magnets, and they offer a lot of relief, energetically speaking. What do you 95? Joseph, do you mean 95 things you want to manifest? I'm sure I fucking did. That sounds accurate. Amanda, what have you been doing where you don't have time for the stuff? Well, I think it depends on what kind of not sleeping. Is it someone that I know, Wolf? I feel like I know who it is. Melatonin is a good recommendation, though. Well, cleaning in some ways is a version of self-care for you because you don't like things disorganized or dirty. You've talked about that a lot. And just even like with Pixie's amazing, awesome good news and project, right? Where you talked about, oh man, I'd love to get my hands on that mess. So if that's what you have time to do, right? Cleaning. If you think about it while you clean, if you think about it as either an energetic metaphor, right, for um, I'm cleaning up my area because that also helps me clean up my energy, helps me clean up how I'm feeling, helps me clear out my thoughts, helps me, you know, feel better in my space, therefore better in my body and in my spirit. That might be something you can just add to what you're already doing without having to make any other time. Yeah, no, melatonin was Joseph Smith, or Joseph, I'm sorry, Joseph Smith. That was weird. Joseph King's recommendation, Wolf, just for giving credit where credit does go. Melatonin. Um, is this person a teacher, Wolf? Okay. Okay, if you would send me a text just a little bit later, because I got a huge download about her when you said it. Otherwise, it would be like, well, I don't know. Everybody's different, but um, they definitely they definitely need to employ some protective measures. Things like tourmaline and obsidian, like all of the black stones, and place them in certain places in their house. Um, and they are people of strong faith, and so they need to move around their faith objects in a way that will help them feel protected. And I don't know, there's a lot of other stuff. They also need a phone tree of protection and probably like a Ring doorbell camera and several other things, right? Yeah, follow up. I didn't expect for them to be like, oh, hey, you know what? We have a catalog's worth of information for her. No, no, no. I would not say cursed. Trapped in a, yes, an alarm. That's perfect. Yeah, joking. That's another good idea here. But yeah, she needs those things just to alleviate some of like the worry about external things. She's not cursed. She is trapped in a cycle in her own head and in her life, but she's not cursed. almost every curse that ever exists is born of man anyway. That's my opinion. Some people here may feel very strongly differently, but are you okay, Amanda? Do you need help taking deep breaths? Okay, good. Okay, so if you guys are here just to chitter chatter, I fully get that. If you're not, though, or if you're here to do that as well as other things, I'm going to personally, because I was instructed to do this for me just as well as for anyone else. Oh, Lord. Cop gave her address. My good God. No wonder they were like, anyway, that's, you might unpack your luggage soon. You should, you've got lots of cool traveling clothes in there. Okay, so I'm sorry, I interrupted my own self. So what I was going to say is I'm going to put some of the music back on for just like, I don't know, 3 minutes or so. And the first thing I'm going to do for myself, because I'm being instructed to, and anyone who wants to play along, whether they just do it in their head or on a book or they type it in their phone, whatever you want to do, they're telling me anyway to, because there's wonderful people gathered here and that energy is always helpful, right, to anyone else that's here, to put music on for like 3 minutes and write down, just start a list of the things that I am grateful for, starting from, the minuscule, the micro to the macro. And oh, Joe Black, of course you've been taking notes. He's always an A++ student. So anyway, you guys keep chatting if that's what you want to do. I'm going to put music on for 3 minutes, and I'm going to do what my people tell me to do. And you can play along or not play along, and I'll be back here. Hold on here. Hi, Christy. I'm sorry we were making lists. Well, some of us, I was making a list, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't greet you right away. It's good to see ya. Let me see what was said while I was listing. Yeah, Joe and Joe already have their lists. He's gonna go take care of things. Love you too, Joe King. Okay. Hi, Christy. Okay. So we were making lists of the things we're grateful for. We're sort of doing exercises for the astrological LionsGate situation that's going on. Um, and so we took a few minutes to write, well, because I'm just following instructions from my guides, actually, and I'm supposed to be doing these things, but sharing them. So whoever wanted to participate can, and if not, please enjoy the chat. You're welcome for the music. That one was called something like A Walk with the Ducks or something. All these fun gratitude. Sorry, my brain just jumped all around. Um, all of these fun royalty-free music things are attached to the StreamYard, and so that's called Going to Get the Ducks or something. Kat, you have a list. Does anybody? I mean, I'm happy to go first if you guys want me to go first because mine's just ridiculous. And of course, in just a few minutes, it doesn't encompass everything, but it's a wonderful start. Or if somebody else wants to list their list, please let me know. I don't want to just go first because I'm sitting here if somebody else wants to.
I'm still writing mine.
Lucky first. Okay. So, yeah. So, because of the time limitation, of course, I won't do everything and it's sloppy, right? But so, okay, here was my list, and however long that was, of things I'm grateful for in, I guess, the order I wrote them. Some of it's redundant. So, I wrote gratitude list, grateful for life, for God and all God's collaborators, no matter what religious or spiritual basis you're referencing, it doesn't matter to me, but for God and all their collaborators, for my children, for the improving family dynamics that have improved with just in my nuclear family over the course of the last few years, which were hard won, and I'm so grateful. For the animal relationships I have in my home, and outside of my home, the animals that live outside of my home too, that are communicating every day, for sounds, music, laughter, for smells, colors, touch, for everyone that's in this chat, for all of the parts of my body that work the way they're expected to work, for all of the parts of my body that don't work the way they're supposed to work, but are trying to repair themselves, or that are working or suffering alongside the rest of our body just so that we can keep going. So all of those parts that are suffering just so we can continue to live and experience things, and for the parts that are trying to heal themselves and all of that. um, I wrote chair dancing, or on the days I can't even chair dance, dancing in my head for my angels and guides, um, for feeling connection to everything, whether it's a person, a spider on the wall, a blade of grass, a tree across the street. I love that connection that I feel. For knowing everything that I know in this life, and for not knowing the things I don't know, and for learning the things I'm supposed to know soon, um, for curiosity, and for support. And then my timer rang.
You would accuse me of copying from your book
No, I
because
wouldn't, because you wrote in your book. Let's see here. Let's see what's going on. Let's see here. For the fairies. Okay, go. I like the picture in the background. Amen. You're so blessed. Welcome back, Joe King. We are all blessed. Welcome back. Wow, that's a lot. So that's what I got. I don't know who wants to go next. If they want to start, if Kat wants to go next, she said she made a list. Joe King had a list. I know Joe Black has a list. If people want to type, or is that too tedious? Do you want me to send links privately, or you'll go next? Do you want to type or talk? It'll just be for like the length of the list. Okay, I guess start typing and I'll start trying to link. And we'll see what happens here. Hold on. Okay, so it is in the process of copying and getting sent. Okay. Hopefully I just didn't click out of everything. Yeah, you can email. Oh, that's a great idea, Kat, actually. That'll be less difficult if you want to send. Okay, Joe's typing, which is great. That's perfect, because I'm having some problems with StreamYard. And then, Kat, if you want to email or text your list, anybody that wants to do that. And Miss Christie, if you want to type yours after, we're just going in turns, but we definitely want you to say what you want to say too. So let's see here. Grateful for life itself, the blood that courses through my veins, and the air that goes through my lungs. Cool. An iCloud notes from that I just got. For the cherries that bloom and the harvest that goes through the seasons. I'm grateful for movement, my ability to do, to accomplish, my drive to push through. I'm grateful that I face adversity. This is a great list so far. I'm grateful for all the pitfalls that have made me. These are good. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I don't have an iPhone. So it says I can't do it. Cat. It says you don't have an iPhone. Get out. That's impressive. I've done it. It's extremely hard. That's really impressive, Joe King. Don't want to cut you off, so just let me know when your list has concluded. Even though I might be caught in my hamster wheel of self-pity, I'm alive and breathing, so that means I have much to accomplish and I'm grateful for it. I'm done. That's an excellent list. Thank you for sharing your list. Miss Cat, iCloud is locking me out of your list. It says, girl, you got an Android, get out. Okay, here it is. Here's Kat's list. I'm going to start Kat's beautiful list here. Grateful. This is her gratefulness list. For God, for the husband, for the girls and the grands, for family, for these friends, for what health I have, for my home, my pets, sunshine, rain, these cooler temperatures, my sister's new apartment, roommate, my ability to deep breathe, my intellect. This is a good list, Miss Cat. I don't want to cut you off. If that is finito, that is also finito. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's what I was literally typing to you. End of list. We only had a few minutes after all, but I don't want to step on your toes. But now I'm send it. That's a wonderful list. Okay, please say what you have to say, Miss Christie. It is a wonderful list. We're conditioned to think that our lives revolve around great moments, but great moments often catch us unaware, beautifully wrapped in what others may consider a small one. People may not remember exactly what you did or what you said, but they will always remember how you made them feel. Yeah, that's lovely. That's good. That's lovely. Thank you. You're welcome to share a list if you want to, but no pressure because, you know, you sort of said it. It's all in the little things. Anyone else want to take a turn? Joe Black, I can hear your fan saying yes.
Yeah, I will take a turn while people finalize their list.
Okay.
Okay, so um, people on this side, that includes family, both blood and otherwise, co-workers, friends, landlords, neighbors, you know, people you come in contact with that make your life a little easier, sometimes a little harder. People on the other side, ancestors, relatives, all the divine beings that help you. So I'm grateful for those. Um, Having a roof over my head, pretty grateful for that. Um, I'm very grateful for the internet. Um, I'm grateful for food, both the healthy food and the junk food. I am grateful for having enough money to take care of my needs and those that I care about. I'm grateful for my curiosity, usually gets me out of more trouble than what it gets me into. I'm grateful for books. I'm grateful for art, both being able to experience it and to make it. Likewise for music. I'm grateful that I have a body. I don't always treat it well, but from my toes up to the crown of my head, I'm grateful for every working cell. Um, I am grateful for, hang on, turning page, uh, movies. I'm very grateful for movies. I'm grateful for cartoons and video games. I'm quite grateful for living in a time when we have indoor plumbing. I'm grateful for all the animals that I've come across, past, present, and future. And I am grateful that there is something called medicine. So that's my list.
Good list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Christie, did we interrupt you? I'm sorry if we did. Sometimes I don't think I see the chat fast enough. Okay, good. I'm glad we didn't. I thought, uh-oh. Does anyone else have a list? You don't have to list if you don't want to list. Full of joy. That's nice. I'm glad. I'm not sure. I think she's been here, but quiet, and then I'm not sure at the moment. Yeah, I saw we had 8, and then I thought we were at 6 for a while. So when we I don't know. 8 might have been Manda. Hopefully she'll come back. I think I don't know. I don't ever check my likes. That's something as I build that I'm building another channel because I know that I love this one, but I just didn't start it off. This was originally started to sort of be a social group for another person's channel, and so I never set my goals properly and my intentions properly. Well, that's not true. I set the goals and intentions properly for what we thought it was going to be, and it became something else. And so it might be ridiculous to start all the way over, but that's what I'm going to do because it helps me when I struggle so badly with boundaries and establishing them to be like, oh, this is the space where I adhere to the boundaries. Thank you. Thank you guys for the thumb upping. I know that Christy was encouraging Claudia. She said, come on, Claudia. I don't want to interrupt anybody or push anybody to have to list if they don't want to list. Because there is going to be another list. It's back up to 8. Welcome back, whomever has rejoined. Um, but yeah, we're going to make another list about, I think 2 more, it sounds like what they're saying. Oh, thank you, Christy. That's true. Thank you, guys. Come on, phone. There we go. I don't know. I don't know if yes, it was Christy. Exactly right. Exactly right. The portal. And because it's today's the 8th, it supposedly is the basically the sort of most potent day of the portal. But of course, all days are completely usable and great times to manifest and set goals and be appreciative and self-loving and that kind of stuff. Um, let's see here. Okay, what's going on? my my tech is being weird. I don't know about pics. Sometimes I'm not sure if she sees the lives, and other times I'm not sure if she's up and kicking it or not. And so I'm always hesitant to be like, "Where are you at?" Like, if she's like, "Girl, I didn't want to be there." Oh, yay, birthday! So anyway, Pixie Girl, if you wanted to be here, I'm sorry, but I don't ever want to be like, you have to come if you don't want to come. So that's why I don't text you. I'm not sure if you get the links or not. I guess I could just send the link and then she can make that choice. Because I don't want her to feel not invited either. Over here, I'll just send her the link. Because I'm not really sure how to handle it. Well, girl, I'm sorry then I texted you in the middle of the live. Who knows what shadows lurk in the side of YouTube? Or no, that's wrong. Who knows what evil lurks in the heart of men? The shadow knows. That's what it's supposed to be. It's Joseph. Joseph King. You're evil incarnate. You're the shadow lurking in the heart of men. Let's see here. Hold on. On Friday, I almost passed out an hour and a half from home on Saturday. Oh, that's scary. You used to get notes saying so. I think everybody knows about Pix's channel, right? I'm not sure. If they don't, she's got a new tube that is related to amazing news and things that happened in her life. Uh-oh, hold on. I had a link ready, but I only have her husband's personal one. I'm looking for the other one. Well, I don't want to. I'm hesitant to say it because I want her to be able to tell you her own good news. We'll step away, but I don't. I don't want to like tell everybody your awesome news when you're here to tell them your awesome news. You have a list, Miss Claudia? Or if you mean channel, I think we're all subscribed to your channel. Or unless you have a secondary channel? Sorry? What? Sorry for what? What happened? We bought a hoarder house. Okay, there we go. Hold on here. I have Pixie's number. But yeah, I'm trying to find the link to the new channel, but I don't even know if it'll let me post it anyway. But um, yeah, not only um, did they buy a hoarder house, but they got a considerable amount of land. I'm sure she'll say more about it when she's done eating, but like it's a huge amount of land that they can do so much cool stuff with. I'm glad you got home safe, Chrissy. I'm sorry that I'm not sure what happened, but I'm sorry that scary stuff happened. Okay, so are you saying, hold on, need to go back. You said you almost passed out. Hold on here. Hour and a half from home. Yes, we want to hear your list, please, Claudia. You'll have more space than I think you even know what to do with, but you'll figure out a lot of stuff. I know, factually, you're gonna there's gonna be so much cool stuff there. Ooh, okay. I'm grateful for this is Claudia's wonderful list. Friends and for moving and my wonderful roommates, even the one who cries for treats and for everything. Is that I take it that's an animal roommate? And Miss Claudia, type as long as you want, just whenever you're done, say done or finished or something, so that there's no toe stepping on my part. for my new friend who likes my cooking and for peace and strength. I went quiet because I'm waiting for the rest of Miss Claudia's list, just to clarify.
I think she's done.
Okie dokie, artichoke. She said, yeah, she shared her list. Okay. Good list. New friend who likes your cooking for peace and strength. Is that a roommate though, Claudia? Is that roommate an animal roommate? The one that cries for treats? I mean, I guess it could be a person if they like cookies. Yeah, I think she's been saying, Kat, that she can feel someone has a headache, and she can feel their headache, so she's sorry that they have it. Yes, of course, Ange. It's so weird, Angie. Pixie, tell your story. Mm, okay. Wolfie, you want to do your list first? I think there's a little bit of a lag. I'm done with my list. Copy, Roger. Mm. Well, I think she's going to tell a story, so I think that's why she wanted you to be able to do a list. I hope it's good distraction, Joe. I mean, it must be nice and fun. Why can't I see chat? Hold on. There we go. Oh, He's got a 3D sword. Well, I guess as long as you're having fun. Okay, Wolf's List. Grateful to God, my loving husband, family, fur babies. Grateful for my pain meds, helping. I love life. Thankful for all my internet friends, and so much more. That's a lovely list. That's a lovely list. Are there any more lists, gratitude lists? We might do another list here in a little while because my bosses upstairs say we will. But if there are, if we're done with lists for the time being, Pixie has a story that is probably likely about gratitude as well because it's about all the cool stuff. Yeah, they're good lists. Gratitude is good. Good is gratitude. Yeah, he has been. He has been manifesting his ass off. That's correct. And amazing. Which I think he snuck by you, didn't he? I feel like he snuck it by you a little bit, like you sort of didn't know he was working on that stuff. The yellow house. I'm going to mute myself because I'm going to keep commenting, and I shouldn't during the story, but the yellow house makes my skin crawl. I don't want to interrupt because I think there's still more, but um, tell them how many structures there are on the property that you get to have, whether it is you're going to tear them down and use the stuff from them, or rebuild and use them for other purposes. And all of, like, how there's a square in a neighborhood that has like four house lots on it, like in those little neighborhoods, they get the whole square. Oh, they're starting a channel. I think it's going to be positive. They got a channel where they're going to, like, basically take down the horde, clear out the land, and let everybody watch it from start to finish. And it's also diagonally kitty corner from Freaky McCrazy House, so she can still look at it when she wants to. Right? I thought that was amazing. I agree with you, Kat. Like when he was like, here's this amazing offer of this property and houses and stuff. And also, I'm not going to put the full burden of this hoarding situation on y'all. Like, that was amazing that he was like, I'll own her finance and I'll help clear it. But that's also because her husband treated him like gold. And he's getting payment in kind, which is awesome. It's going to be amazing. They're going to have businesses on that land. They're going to have space for a family if they want. They're going to have little goats. It's really cool. Wow, really? That's so nice too. Have you guys started calling him Santa Claus yet? Mr. Claus? Especially if he's got sort of a funny first name. It'd be awesome. So call him like Herbert Claus or he's got. Of course he does. Of course he does. Your mom is always here. Pixie, she's always here. I mean, she's always, always with you, but I just mean she's always available for message passing. Um, well, I don't know what you meant. So he owner financed a car for their daughter-in-law on top of all this other house stuff, this nice man. So I made a joke about, do they call him Santa Claus yet? And then she said, he just told me he had a Santa suit today. So I was just sort of telling a joke about her mom, Pixie's mom, because her mom, well, she told you guys that I had told her all this stuff, which I did with my mouth. It's because her mother has been talking about all of this stuff going on with the house and houses and things and had a very clear picture of exactly how things were going to go down and she wasn't wrong. So she's just always available for even little information like Santa Claus. He looks like Santa? I actually don't remember that. I'm sure you did tell me. Like I just don't absorb. I have a feeling anybody that has a Santa suit is going to be excited about that. He's having a good year too, man, and he's paying it forward. He's getting married, he's in love, and instead of just being selfish about it, he's being wonderful. That's amazing. I still think you'd be a good Santa, though. You'd need some padding. Hold on one second. Come on. Hey, Pix, tell them again, if you can, how to get to your channel about the houses. Sorry, I was dealing with an animal issue. Christy girl, I'm so excited to hear that. And the thing you were able to, you got news today, and you were able to sit on it until now. Is it because you just are in shock? I mean, I don't know you super well, but I can tell exactly what kind of a warrior you are, just energetically speaking. So the fact that you would win a battle like that doesn't surprise me personally at all. Is Can you explain that? I'm not sure I understand completely. Sorry, I thought I got the mic off before then. I was trying to open up a birdie treat, actually, so I'm sorry about the wrappers. But Lollipop is a good guess, generally speaking. um, okay, if you don't want to explain it, of course, please do not um, do anything that makes you uncomfortable. But regardless, congratulations. No matter what it was that you had to overcome, um, I think it's amazing that you managed to do it. And of course, I understand it's sort of scary even when it's good news, right? Because it's hard to trust good news sometimes, but it's amazing. Peppermint's based on the type of wrapping. Peppermint is the closest, so you heard it correctly. Oh, actually, Christy, what's interesting is that landed. I'm afraid of flying monkeys. That landed in a way that I understand it. I may not understand everything else you're talking about, but I understood what that meant. Very clever way to communicate it. Girl, why didn't you order them for yourself before? They're so good, Claudia. They're so good. Um, they're the best lollipops ever. I had not even heard of them before you sent them, but they are my favorite, hands down. And I was a long time smoker for a really long time, so having a candy like that is something that's been important. Are you talking about the wrapper? They're called Chupa Chups. I hope I'm saying it right, but it's CHUPA CHUPS, Chupa Chups. And um, like something about them, they don't taste. I'm sure they have some artificiality to them, but the strawberries just taste like strawberry and sugar, right? It doesn't taste like fake. It just tastes like sweet, whatever it's supposed to be. And they also make like fruit and cream mixture kind. They're very good. Oh, okay. So the actual, yeah. Some of them, the little minis especially, are hard. So I actually keep. This is how many of them I consume. I keep a pair of like craft scissors nearby, and I cut around the edge, and then slide the knot down and the top off, because I'm not gonna, get I got tired of getting frustrated trying to get the wrappers off. Orange dreamsicle is one of my favorite flavors of everything. Yeah, it's the little craft scissors. Yay for peanut butter and jelly. What's your favorite kind of jelly, Christy? I'm trying to remember the second time I quit, it was because of the motherhood, and so it was decidedly easier. Joking, but the first time I quit, and I quit for several years, trying to remember what I did really. I had a lengthy hospitalization, which helped, right? Because I was ill, so um, and hospitalized for long enough, right? I wasn't getting regular cigarette breaks, or at a hospital. So I think that that's what helped me the first time, to be honest, because I was basically sort of trapped, and was asleep for a large portion of it too. So that's not fair. However, I do think lollipops and those nicotine lozenges, while they don't taste great, they really do help, because the nicotine lozenges are what would help with the crankies a little bit. Salty McSalters. It's one of those things, right? Where it's one of those vices where it's really confusing, because of course there are negative things, right? But then there are some things where, like, we found out, like, for example, in my family, my dad's pretty much a lifelong smoker. He still is a smoker, and he's got, an extreme. Well, we both have now, but is older than me and has it way more advanced, right? Where he's growing in bone shelves, bone spurs, all kinds of things, right? He's becoming a solid. But what he found out from a doctor, where he was like, "Do I need to try and quit smoking again? I guess I can try and quit." And the doctor was like, "Actually, the nicotine slows the calcium and the calcification. So you have one of the rare diseases where we would say, just keep on smoking, sir. Like, you're already older, and you already have some health issues. And in this particular case, part of the reason you don't have a far more severe case is because you have been a smoker for so long." So life is really funny and weird like that. Your girlfriend will like that. Right. Other crap will kill you first. That's exactly right. The thing is, and it's true, there are some people who, like, again, we had a family friend who was super duper, like, healthy, and he was always criticizing people that ate badly, who smoked badly, blah, blah, blah. But he was an exercise fiend, to the point where people were saying he needed to slow down. And of course, he was not going to listen to that. He's like, "It's healthy, it's healthy." And sadly, he passed away from over exercising, essentially. Um, And so the thing is, everyone is going to cross into non physical, and something is going to contribute to that. So you choose the things that I guess do the least damage to other people and add the most joy to your life. So me these days, fat is the thing, man, because ice cream. Yeah. Yeah, my migraines got a lot worse, my migraine situation, after I quit smoking. So that's totally true as well. Yeah, he smokes those American Eagles, attempting to eliminate some of that other stuff, right? Of course, it's sort of impossible unless you grow your own tobacco. WD-40. That's interesting. It's like that man in Big Fat Greek Wedding and Windex. Yay! Yeah, because you just got to celebrate your birthday with your hubs when you just got home, right? Oh my goodness. That's intense, drinking hand sanitizer. Yeah, we had, it was like July and August was like boom, boom, boom for the people that we know on online's birthdays and stuff. And then there's a fair number of y'all that are in the Libra, Scorpio areas as well. I think I have you on my calendar, Joe King, but I'm double checking now. I have you marked in the month of January, but I didn't have the date, so I don't think I don't think I don't think you ever said the actual day, right? So I have it like the first, I have it marked down like the first through the 31st that it could potentially be your birthday question mark. You're my zodiac opposite. Just like your mama too, right? Cuz she's a Cancer. 15th. Oh my gosh. I have 6 friends on the 15th. And you and I are almost the exact zodiac opposite. Almost exactly. Okay, now I've got the right day. Oh, June 10th? Okay, so she's actually a Gemini. I thought she was I remembered her as a Cancer for whatever reason. July. Okay, because I was remembering her as a Cancer, but I was like, June 10th is not Cancer, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, July. So her birthday's 2 days after Claudia. Good night, Wolf. I hope your meds help, and I hope you sleep well, hun. Yeah, Claudia is on the 8th of July, and his mom is on the 10th of July. Face red heart shape. He sort of has been lately, that's for darn sure. Manifesting machine. I'm sorry to hear that, Christy. I just read that. What are you going to gun for and manifesting? I think it's because he really sits on it. He sits on that manifesting until he's really good and ready and sure, and then puts all of his energy into it, is what it seems like, instead of like planning on it like a lot of us do, right? He's like, nope, I'm going to wait till I'm ready. And then when I'm ready, it's going to be like, go, go, gadget. I can't see these emojis. It's so funny. So all I'm seeing is all these like face, purple smiling fangs, all hail purple Dracula. Then I see like face, green smiling, chill with cat sheltering, face blue hard eyes. I don't think that's selfish. Why is that selfish for wanting a partner? There's a lot of people that want them. He's also, I mean, probably already, we've probably talked about it, but his dad is so behind in Pixie. Like, his dad, you know, just like stands there waiting um, all the time, for him to decide it, and then he generates a lot of energy for him as well. Call the cat one the sin bin. Oh, so if I look on the phone, maybe it'll show me the pictures? Oh. Well, but if that's what will make your life feel enriched and what prompts you to live more fully, because everybody's got a reason to live more fully. If yours is sharing it with someone, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's important to denote the ones you're already sharing it with, like, your other soul people that aren't just like romantic. Like, that's important, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong or weird or anything to want that. Do you know, Christy, like do you know why coming back was hard? Like, was this a surprise, or do people understand why coming back was hard? Don't you feel, though, joking, don't you feel like moving is going to have something to do with your person? Whether it's that it's going to unearth your person from where you've been somehow and make them more aware of you, or it's going to be someone there. I don't know, but it feels like that kind of pot stirring in your life is that's part of the reason for it. Is there any reason why she would say I didn't want to go back to that place, whatever that place is? Do 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 do. It'll be as soon as you forget about it too. As soon as you get focused on something else, it'll be like, "Hello." Let's see. Yeah, Claudia said it. I saw it pop up as soon as. Oh, yeah, that's always so tricky. Aiding and abetting, and you don't even know. That's not nice to put people in your trouble. That's awesome, Claudia. Is anybody else old enough to think of the second Bob Newhart show when she said Daryl?
I'm sure I'm old enough, I'm just not familiar with it.
You don't remember, like, it was a character, he'd say, "Hi, my name is Larry, and this is my brother Daryl, and this is my other brother Daryl." Nobody? I guess I watch too much TV. Yeah, Daryl Phil, he's a good Daryl too. There's a lot of good TV Daryls. Oh yeah, Walking Dead. Why would they do that if she was staying there? That doesn't make much sense. Oh, no, it happened at an Airbnb. Mm, that's so hard. because there's so much shame mixed in that whole thing. Like when it's your kiddo, if you're not able to be up to snuff for whatever reason, health reasons, mental or otherwise, poverty reasons, whatever it is, you know. Somebody tripped it, that sounds like, for sure. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a drink. Um, my guides are sort of prompting that what they want me to do, and you guys can tell me if you really want to, if you just want to keep chatting. And then I'll go get a drink, and you guys can decide. But they really want us to make another list, a list of like goals or manifestations. They're saying for the next 3 to 6 months. They were just now really specific, and then they wanted me to just offer just free, literal free card flips for people who wanted to clarify like anything on their manifestation list if they wanted advice for how to help with their manifestations. But I'm going to go get a drink and you guys can tell me if you just rather chat. Doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I'm just listening to them and I can do this in a different format if this is not the time. I'll be back. Ooh, tell me about your altar. I always love hearing about other people's altars. Yeah, you're right, Chrissy. You're not responsible. But, here's the thing. If you set up anything, everybody's got different beliefs, but if you set up anything, it's only because you were meant to. Um, and that, she had a plan. And if she wanted to alter her plan, no matter what you had set up at that time, she wouldn't have launched, where she launched from. So even in situations like that, I trust God knows what they're doing. The universe, no matter what you call source, individually. I recently asked my guides what they wanted me to use because I get really confused because I think a lot of different spiritualities and religions, well, are talking about the same thing for the most part. But they told me just use God. It's just easiest. And I was like, okay. Um, Interesting to me, but that's fine with me. So, oh, okay. What is, okay, thank you. I was like, so tell me what that is. Because I don't know what that means otherwise. Set up on an electric fireplace. Let's see what people are saying here. You can vent all you want, hun. There's no problem with that. It's sort of hard to know what to do especially when there's a child in the house. I mean, and I don't know. Again, I don't know you that well, but for me, the times where I've sort of blasted people, it's been when I really didn't, when I was like sort of mad at myself because I knew I had to like kick them out or whatever to protect usually a minor or someone like that, right? But I was angry with myself for not being able to help both people. And so the anger then sort of comes out their direction instead of just saying, you're out, you're gone, right? And being chill about it and just being like, nope, this is a boundary, you've crossed it, goodbye. I get upset with my own self for having boundaries, which is not fair, right? It's not fair to you if that's what happened to you. It's not fair for me to do that to myself, but it's what happens. And so you probably blasted her because in some ways it was like, why are you making me do this? I don't want to have to do this to you. Why do I have to make this choice between people I care about? You should have had better thinking so that you could be around this child safely. And I don't want to hurt you, but now you're making me hurt you, and um, it's very confusing energy. I think it's likely that you didn't like really want to even have to kick her out and you were mad she put you in that position. Like it's like I don't like having to kick people out. I don't like having to give up on people. But when there are more vulnerable people, young people here, I have to think about them. Why did you put me in this situation when I just want to care about you, you know? And it's confusing, but that's sort of what happens. Yeah. You know, getting lost in life or getting hooked on something, that's really hard stuff because making it back is really hard and it really affects everyone around you. And even the people that seem to be absolutely clueless that they're affecting other people, they still feel sort of the energy of that, and then it adds to their guilt, which is so messed up in some ways, and then they act out more, and it's sort of like this self-feeding monster. Is that her child or partner? Because I don't know the names of people. Yeah, yeah, and sometimes several walls. It's tough. You're right, Joe. Yeah, Joe King. I forgot you understand this topic really well, actually, don't you? Is Brienne is she struggling with the same kinds of things, like issues, like substance things, etc.? Or is she sort of in a better place at the moment? Okay, hurry back, Claudia. Okay, so she is sort of mid recovery, if that's sort of where she is. I'm assuming that was prescribed to try and get her off other stuff, right? Oh, I didn't see Joseph. I haven't been around, so I am sorry to hear that. I hope that being away from some of his normal haunts helps him. But I hadn't heard that's where he is. That's always confusing for me when I've had a loved one go. As long as it's not super scary, like if I guess if they went into super scary prison, like I don't wouldn't know what to do. But I've had some relatives and friends go where I'm like, okay, I know they're not on the road. I know that if for some reason they've managed to use in jail, they're not driving. You know, um, you know what I mean? It's sort of like, okay, I know that somebody else is sort of watching them for a while. It's like relief. That see, Pixie's thinking about her about Ashton's roommates because they have been problematic, similar to the people you guys are discussing, and that's good because Ashton has a kiddo to raise, a very important kiddo, and all kiddos are important, but you know what I mean. Very important to Pixie, and she had some problematic folks staying with her. Do you feel relief about him being in jail though? Like, is that did that help in some ways? Like, do you feel like, okay, well, somebody else is watching him for right now? Like, do you feel like you got a break? How did they finally leave Pixie? Because like they didn't really seem like they had a lot of places to go. Okay, well, so it's actually really good that they got busted for the kids, I hope, because at least somebody's now keeping their peepers out on the kids to some extent. Yeah, it is. I think we all agree there, Chris. Yeah, it was interesting. It was a couple, sort of. I mean, they don't identify as that, but it was a man and a woman and their kids that were living there, and she's the one that's causing all the trouble. I don't really know if he's just there because he's trying to be near his kids or what his deal is, but he's not nearly so. I don't know. Like she reads it as actually malintended a lot of the time, whereas he just seems lost. Kat, thank you for coming and hanging out. If you make your list, if you make a list of your like what you want to manifest or work on in the next 3 to 6 months, and you hit me up, like they want me to give everybody, cards for that, and they're saying you always last too long for Kat, so make sure to tell her it won't be long, and then it's a freebie. So they're saying they'll make sure I don't talk too long. Apparently. Hmm? No, I mean, no, no, no. I mean, it can be right now if you want it to be right now, but I just meant like you can call me tomorrow and this offer is going to stand. Like if you want to sleep now, the offer will stand. However you want to do it. If you want to do it right now, we'll do it right now. If you want to do it after you sleep, we'll do it after you sleep. Okay. Have beautiful dreams. We're glad you're home. You got to celebrate your birthday with your hubs, and your hubs is doing better. It was good to see you. Hold on, Chrissy. I missed something. Hold on. I also had to tell Claudia Mark is visiting her at her new home. I missed something before that, I think. What'd you say before that? She sort of ignores them more than anything else. Thank goodness. She doesn't seem to be hurting them, but it's still, they're too young and it's like dangerous. Yeah, these little babies walk out of their into the neighborhood naked as Jaybird. Wasn't she Pixie? Wasn't she like going next door eating the neighbor's cookies or something? Which was like amazing. And then Pixie had so much information for them. Asked for food. Okay, I knew it was something food related. You know how those little babies do like to just get themselves naked. This one just did it because no one else was helping her out with anything and wandered outside and went to ask someone else to help her out. And Ashton is so lucky. Well, she's so lucky she's got a lot of help, but she's so lucky that she was being like pristine jelly bean mom to her kiddo because otherwise she could have gotten really tangled up in that. You were usually chased. Are they are they staying in town, Pixie? Or, like their new house is in town, like so will he be starting kindergarten? 'Kay. So they'll be in different school districts. 2 days, that's exciting. I thought so. I thought your little guy was not to K yet, but I thought he was gonna be, learning, doing some book learning starting this year. Wait, Friday? Wait a second. When did they all go back to school? I guess it is getting close. Since we're doing still that digital stuff, they start like official like 1st of September every year because because it's digital, there's literally never like a snow day or a bad weather day or anything that can interfere with the school schedule. So, they can legitimately start in September without having to worry. When the time comes, Joseph King, you're going to be a great dad. I mean, you're already would be, but what is her major? Day. That seems early even for most years. Isn't that early? Isn't it usually like, I don't know, somewhere between the late teens and the 20th? That's amazing. Do you know? Well, I don't know. I was asking it that way. What does she want to do with it? Like, what's the dream job? Really? Like, I feel like it's moved. I think we always started towards the end of August. Now we went clean in, to the middle of June, but I think they still do that, don't they? Yeah. See, okay. So Pixie, you remember it too, like, because it's sort of I remember the gradual sort of. I was sort of in that window where it was changing, right? So it was like right there around September 1st at the beginning, and then it was the last 2 weeks of August for a long time. But this is nutty. Wonder if they get like longer spring break now or more holidays or something, or if it's just right. That's what I was saying. Like it's weird. Does she have a country in mind, like a favorite em- embassy? Like anything Nordic? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, honestly, like when you think about how they run their countries and take care of things, that makes sense to go to the Nordic countries. When they want me to shuffle, okay, I shuffle this. You tell me to shuffle, I shuffle. I don't know why, but I will shuffle. Had to do They had to stop it then for the kids to help with cherries and tomatoes, though. See, you're already feeling a slightly different way about it. Plus, not all your kids. I mean, your literal kids, yes, but your your baby, he's starting pre-K. Yeah, that's what I just. I haven't made my manifestation list, but I can do that another time. Do other people have a list of what they want to do to manifest or make happen in the next 3 to 6 months? Your degrees are global studied, which is do-getters, UN sponsored. Summer school doesn't only catch up to go ahead. Yeah, they offer that where kiddo is. This is mom's problem. Major degrees are global studied, which is do-gooders. So she's carrying on. She's extending from where you started. So okay, so picks earlier we made those like lists of what we were grateful for, and then they wanted us to take time to make lists about what we'd like to do or manifest in the next 3 to 6 months, and that can be anything from something really micro to macro. Like can be little, big, whatever it is, and then share that. And they said anybody that wanted to, they'd like me to, like, I've got all my oracle decks. They told me to do oracle decks more than tarot, and they said, if somebody was like, okay, this is my manifestation list, and they said if people have questions about like a specific thing, like, hey, this is something I will do you have any advice for how to do this particular thing on my list, they wanted me to like pull just a couple of cards for anybody that had a question. Okay, so you got a question, Pixie Pix? I wonder if I'm because they just told me to start shuffling one particular oracle deck. I wonder if this is for you or not. They'll tell me. They'll be like, wrong deck. Okay, what's your question? That'll help me know what deck. Okay. Are they going to get on the ball about getting that stuff out or drag it out? And how can I not stress over it? My graduate degree is MLS Global Studies 7 Revolutions. CSIS sponsor. My goodness, I'm going to have to ask, after I do these cards with Miss Christie, I'm going to have to ask for explanations about some of those things. I don't even understand them. They're so advanced. Okay, let's see. So the question really is, are they going to get on the ball about getting that stuff out or drag it out, and how can I not stress over it? Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase the question. Is this the right deck? Okay, so this is the right deck for how to help you
respond, but they want me to use this little tarot deck here just to see like what their plans are. Okay, so um, can I have a first name of the man? Just something to call him. I'm going to ask questions. I mean, so, well, before I even drop cards, right, I hear them saying, so one of the things you got to remember is you didn't even have any idea any of this is going to even happen at all, let alone so quickly. Like the time since this is not what the card said, by the way. This is just what they're saying in my head at the moment. So they're saying you had no idea, like, it was going to move this fast in the way like that it has. Like you didn't know it was going to be this property in this house. You didn't know there was going to be a connection to it. You didn't think Hubs was even really thinking about it seriously. So they're saying, sort of not knowing in some ways served you really well. Not knowing and just sort of at the time you were dreaming about spooky yellow house, housey McCreep creep, right? But it had such a beautiful kitchen and things like that, and you were dreaming, about what to do in that house and how to decorated and what rooms could be your craft room and that kind of stuff, right? And because you were focused on the things that delighted you instead of fretting about the things that stressed you out, it cleared a path that wouldn't have been so quickly otherwise. So they are like sort of saying, just remember that not knowing benefited you a whole lot. So even though now you know some things, not knowing really served you well, because just like all of us, we get in our own way, and it allowed you to not get in your own way. Okay, his name's Will. Okay, hold on here. Welcome back, Miss Claudia. They have been working on it for 3 weeks now, maybe 4. Okay, so Will. Okay, so that is their advice right away, right? That's a combination of your mama. I always get confused between your grandmama and your great grandmama, but I see your mama and one of the ladies. I think it's your grandmama. And then some, it's guides or angels or something. And so they're reminding you that dreaming, because you weren't being so specific, right? So you were just dreaming about having a house, and that really helped you. It helped to not you just didn't trip over your own feet. But let's see here. I just want to make sure it's at least decent for Christmas. He's a very nice man. She seems a little off. Let's see. Okay. I know what I'm feeling, but we're going to see what they say on the cards here. Okay, so the question is about Will. Okay, so what does it look like in terms of Will getting enough stuff out of the house for Pixie and Jimmy to start, the process of moving in or living there or whatever, or just start the process. What does it look like in terms of getting the stuff out of their way so they can do their part? So archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters, can you please tell us what it looks like, what Will's timetable looks like, what it looks like might happen on Will's end in terms of getting ready to clear the house? What kind of timetable? I know what I'm hearing, but is this good? Is this where you want me to start? Okay, here. How many? Is this what you want for now? Okay, hold on a second here. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry. I was reading this stuff. Let me see what's going on here. Reading. Sorry, I'm reading. I'm catching up on. Okay, so I'm sorry for all of the things that people were talking about, but I'm going to talk about the cards just because I don't want to get distracted. Um, so Pix, you're not going to like it. You're not going to like it, but um, they're saying in terms of timeline, right? I don't think Will Claus, Santa Claus, I don't think even he knows um, how problematic it could be to rush this lady. Um, there is so much, some stuff tied into what's going on there, and they're saying number one, uh, just in terms of her timetable, to push, no matter who pushes, whether it's him or you guys, it actually might make the whole deal sort of fold in a way that's unpleasant. Like, I don't think she could actually reverse the deal, but it might make it really uncomfortable and ugly. They're also saying something about the energy. Like, they're saying, listen, you want her to pull out slow. That sounded way more perverted than I meant it to, but while everyone totally gets why you're like eager to do it, they're saying, like, especially energetically, making it your own space, all of that kind of stuff, having it be a break that is energetically clean. You gotta give them time to sort it out. They sort of advise that you sort of figure out a plan where you can work on something that's not necessarily the house itself. And I know that that's frustrating, but it seems like the other thing they're saying is, even though it'll take them a while to pull out of the entire structure, if you let them do that, then you and Jimmy will have so much energy, and the space will be so clear that you'll be able to do a lot, um, in a short time, especially with it really is the way he manifests, right? Too, the way he gets stuff done is he needs to be able to sort of sit on it energetically and collect that energy and then like shoot off like a rocket. um Hold on. He don't Oh, the old man doesn't know, you mean? um Old man, but Santa Claus, like, he doesn't know. So, you know, they're saying it just would be wise, but it's also better for you guys. And I'm not sure in what way. Let me ask that question really quickly. They're saying it's better for you guys that it goes slow. And I'm going to say, whether you're going to hate it, probably. Um, Although your mom's sent me some images that are really interestingly beautiful. But so to me, it looks like you guys work like crazy cool on the outside. Like the land is looking right, and the surrounding structures for the most part are starting to look good. You've been able to sort out some pieces that you've taken from some of the other structures to use, but the house you almost sort of got to leave be until she evacuates. And hold on a second here. And you're going to have a better house for it. It's not just about waiting because you have to. It's about what's good for you too, because you guys could technically, you have a contract. You could technically push this whole thing, but this man may actually get a divorce if he pushes this thing. And I'd be very, very, very surprised. It's not impossible. Things change. People change. There are different paths people can take that surprise us. Right now, I would be really surprised, to be frank with you, if you were fully living in there doing Christmas in that house. However, they're highlighting that it would be a big to do, like if you did a big thing as your last Christmas at your dad's house. Like they're saying that that's going to be something actually, like if you had the house, it might not be up to snuff and you might want to do the last big Christmas at your dad's house anyway. Like they're talking about, I mean, not like they're not saying it. I'm not like, I don't want you to freak out. I'm not hearing anything like it'll be your last chance. But I don't know if he's going to travel or if he's going to meet someone and go on cruises or, what the deal is. But they're showing me pictures inside what few things I've even seen, like photos inside your dad's house, just you guys sitting on the couch or with a dog or whatever. They're showing you do a big to do in that house and it being like filled with such essential memories that you won't regret it for a second once it happens. Yeah. Yeah, you haven't pushed because I know he's about to go through a lot. You're right. You're right. They're just saying it's something you will not regret to have Christmas there. Not just not regret, like it'll be something you cherish down the line. Yeah. Okay, so what do you guys say in response to she's never felt at home there? Somebody said, well, you ain't going to feel at home at the other place if you push it. Clean the what? What happens if they push it? Lordy. What happens if they push it? Yeah, pushing is not going to be good. I mean, I know that it's so hard. Now I'm going to ask for advice on, because you asked, what if I have to wait? What's the advice on that? So let's see. Because they had me shuffling these before. What's the advice? Like what would you advise her to be either doing or thinking about or focusing on while she waits? Interesting. Oh. Okay. How many? One more? There it is. It's interesting. Here, let's see here. Gonna push her anyway. We could send her off the deep end and offer help when we can, so they don't want all that shit at his house. Yeah. So this is interesting though, because I asked, like, what is it that like you're supposed to be doing? And this is the Beyond Lemuria Oracle deck. So the first card that dropped is vulnerability, which is about healing past wounds, accepting yourself and your family as they are, sharing from the depths of your heart raw truths, having compassion from others, removing your armor around someone you need to be honest with. So That sounds like family healing. The next one is ether. And this is interesting too. They refer to it as the seamless, unspeakable, 0 point field, the void, blank canvas, threshold, anything is possible. Time to choose what you want to bring into your life, endless possibilities, limitlessness. So it's about the pause before moving into the space is also about really thinking about what you want to bring to the space. And they're not just talking about things, right? They're talking about energy, like what state of healing you want to be in when you enter that new space, what you want to take with you, what you want to have resolved before you get there. That's why this pause is not just for her. Um, and then the last one is air, and it's paradigm shift, an innovative way of existing, new energies, inspiring others, flying higher than you have before, more expansive perspective. And then the themes for that are communication, sharing wisdom, movement in family structures, faith, intention, inspiration, and change. So, what they're saying is, and again, like I guess it could happen before Christmas, but there's going to be a delay. And the delay, while a lot of it's for her because she's going to lose her freaking mind if people push her, she might lose it anyway. But the other thing is, it's for you guys. It's for you guys. Because this did, whether you remember or not, happen so fast. Like you didn't know the house existed, and then your husband came home and said you owned it, basically. And so they're saying you take time to transition also, and take time to dream. Like they're talking about how you were dreaming about that other house. Um, Once you're able to take some pictures, they even show me like it's almost like it's almost like a doll's house, but I think it's made out of like shoe boxes or something. And it's basically like you literally have the floor plan in your house and you can play with it like a dollhouse. And they're advising that you actually do that. It's almost like spending a lot of time focusing on fantasy and the realization of the fantasy. And you can, they keep talking about the land. Like so much stuff can be done with the land and the surrounding areas so that it's all sort of in great, beautiful, healthy shape when you walk into that house to take ownership of it. Okay, let me see. I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at chat, so I don't know what feedback I got. I'm sorry. You've been thinking about it a lot. What have you been thinking about? I'm sorry, like I wasn't looking at this stuff, so I'm trying to look at your feedback. I have been in not just the house. That's what I'm going to take pictures Saturday. Oh, are you making a doll's house? Yeah, you also have to look at the videos, Joseph King, like um there's stuff all over the yard. There's stuff in the storage places. The house, the other house looks relatively empty to me, but I don't know. Like I can only see like one angle in the windows. What do you want to bring to the house? Yeah. So, you and I will talk. Like we'll see if there's any way to speed it up. Like, but right now, what they're saying is just don't hang your hat on Christmas because then I guess if it happens, it will be a delightful surprise, and if it doesn't, they still say it will be a really good thing to have that um, last time, right? And knowing it's the last one, right? Is there something about that? Whereas last year you didn't know. And um, and this the pause is for you, even though it doesn't feel like it. It feels like, oh my gosh, this happened, now we want it. But it happened so much faster than you even thought. You were like still thinking about the yellow house when you already took ownership of this house. So I'm sorry. I don't like being bad news bear lady, but I also know that the last time they gave you news like this, you got a different house really fast. So um, I know that they're really watching out for you. They're really watching out for you. So I think doing your best to flow with it, and like they said, if you gotta spend energy on it, it doesn't seem like she has as much problem with you guys doing stuff outside, and there's so much to be done outside. And things inside can happen when it is cold, some of them, right? um, Someone said, hell, you could even roof the damn thing maybe before, like you could do a lot of the outside stuff, but the inside stuff is not going to happen on the timetable you're hoping. She happened. Mr. Will started out go, go, go. She happened. He wants it just like he wants a new start for her and he loves her and he wants a fresh start for them. He wants it for you guys too. He cares about everybody. This guy's got a huge heart. So he started out go, go, go for everybody. He was so excited. Oh my gosh, I found people that can take joy in this space that I wasn't sure what to do with, and I'm so excited for them, and I'll help, I promise I'll help. And he means all of that, but he didn't think about how hard she was going to hit those effing brakes. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think he knew like that she was connected, but he didn't realize like this is like a surgical procedure where you have to be really careful. Like it's almost like brain surgery, right? Because if you move the wrong thing or hit the wrong thing at the wrong time, like you could do some serious damage. I mean, if he's a guy with cashola, it's almost like he should get a hoarding specialist there. And I don't mean like the kind of person that organizes. I mean the kind of person that organizes, but also has one of those like secret psychology degrees where they're there to help with the hoard, but it's more like there to be a therapist. Right. See, that's another reason. Like that explains why they kept saying you want her to take her time getting out because there's a lot of energy that's going to go with her and you don't want it hanging around. You just don't. You want it to be clean and fresh in there. Jimmy's not wrong. He's a wonderful man. Things so then about you're right, Joseph. They just I asked because I was like, what do you guys say about the wiring? They're saying it needs probably a whole new box. And the good thing about that is that they'll have to trace most of the lines. Whether they keep them or lose them, they'll have to trace them and make sure they're okay. Yeah, they really do. They need to find. I wonder, like I have to look through for it later, another time. Like see if there's like a hoarding. I don't know, specialist that can come and like hold her hand on the psychological part. Oh, you meant the TV show. I'm like, I'm trying to understand what that means. Yeah, I think she honestly, if this in her case especially, if it were public, I don't know. Um, I'm curious how they met. That's so interesting to me that they met at all. Was it the interwebs? Oh, they offer. I see. They have connections to foundations that can help. I don't know what Nana Puddins is. Is that a restaurant? Oh, I didn't know that that was called Nana Puddins. Interesting. He fell in love with her buying her stuff and had no idea how much stuff he was going to buy. Oh, poor guy. I don't know. It doesn't seem like convenience to me. Like he's doing an awful lot. I think he must love her quite a bit. It's not. It's a Joe Black. It's a antique, sort of an antique market. But Nana Puddin's actually sounds like a good restaurant too. Actually, I'd eat at some place called Nana Puddin's. It'd be like, ooh, this sounds like it's like good home cooking or something. But yeah, so we can talk more about it later if you want to. But they're just saying, just enjoy. Now that you know where you're going, enjoy the fantasy of it, and work on the outside. And like it seems like they're saying like she won't mind like if you go in and like look at everything to make plans for like the electricians coming in or the workers or whatever, but it's just pushing her out will not fare well. Made my mom's homemade nana puddings last night. So good eating it through my tears. Wait, oh, that's what you were eating earlier when you said I was eating banana pudding. Banana puddings. Banana pudding. Okay, hold on now. Mm.
to set an alarm here. I need to go back and read the chat now because other people were talking about stuff that I missed when I was running my gob. Okie dokie, artichoke. All that food talk gotcha, huh? Good. Finally come Saturday and said she's good with us starting on the yard. Okay, so the angels agree with her. Okay, now that I've got my, I need to get my tremor meds going here so that I can read what everybody else wrote. That'll be useful information, though, moving forward. That was very useful, Angie. Thank you. I mean, Christy. Good golly. I'm not used to seeing Angie. I'm used to seeing Pixie. This guy seems lovely. I'm sure he'll do that. And then it's yet another reason to not take full ownership and just be working around the property. Maybe it's like your new year, start the new year fresh. Joe, do you have a question? Joe King? I still think with your name, you got to have a channel about, since you want to do comedy anyway. I think Joe King is just too good to pass up. Okay, tell me what it is so they can tell me what deck to use, to be honest. I don't know. You're welcome. I get to be the bad news lady all the time. I'm sorry about that. I don't think it's bad news, actually. I think they're giving you solid advice, but I know that it's not what you wanted to hear. Your manifestation, will I know this person from this lifetime, even at passing, or will she be new? I don't mean X, I mean like in general. Will I know this person from this lifetime? Do you mean even in passing, or are you talking about like, are you talking about death experience? You mean in passing, right? Let's see here. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to clarify because some people could be asking about like death experience from the last life or something. Okay, let's see here. Well, I know this person from this lifetime. Right. Okay. So is it somebody? So the general question is this somebody you've encountered, even if briefly, before, or is it a brand new person? Okay. So we're going to start here. This is where they want us to start. So archangels, angels, guides, and ascended masters. Joe would like to know about his person. Will his person, or his next person, and ideally his end-all person, right, be somebody that he has known or encountered, no matter how briefly, up until now, or is it going to be someone brand spanking new? What do you guys foresee? What can you tell us about his next partner, hopefully his long-term partner, or actually let's say his next long-term partner. His next long-term partner, is it someone he has encountered even briefly, or is it a brand new person? What can you tell us? Stop here, okay? Okay. Okay.
They want quite a few cards, so it's going to be just a second here. Hmm. Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to go silent here to do a loud shuffle. Okay, let's see what people are saying. I'm sorry here. Okay, so here's where we are so far, Joe King, and then I'm gonna ask for a couple of clarifiers. So it is distinctly related to you moving away, distinctly. So it talks about moving on to a fresh new place to find new hills to climb, new waters to traverse.
fresh, clean space. But then the Wheel of Fortune, who in this deck is represented by Anansi, turns up. And what I'm not quite clear about, if this is a person you know at all, it's someone you know from a long time ago, like childhood. And it won't be, you will not meet at home, like for sure. Like, you will not meet at home, and going away from home is got everything to do, like it's the most essential part to meeting this person is being somewhere else. For sure. But I'm trying to get a clarifier on this sort of childhood connection, because it would be so long ago and she has not been there. Like, so what I'm trying to see if I can clarify is, did you guys meet where you're from, or did you meet like when you were traveling as a kid? Let's see here. You don't remember her. So it makes me, okay, so let's see if we can get an answer. Did they meet when did they meet on a vacation or when he's away from home or something? Or did they meet where he's from? I mean, you're really little though. Like, these kids look like they're like 4 max. But they do interact with each other. Let's see here what they say about where you met. Okay, so I can tell you this. She comes from a source, meaning like her family of origin, whatever, they were always moving. I don't see diapers, but I mean, I really see like 3 or 4. 3 or 4 years old maximum. And so her family of origin, they move around a lot. So I don't know if that's like, I don't know if you guys have military near where you are, like if she's a, army brat, or what the reason is between her, or if like it's traveling preachers. Like, I have no idea. I don't see that yet, but they moved around a lot. So I'm not sure. Still, it looks this is going to be a sort of out of the blue question, and you'll have to like tell me, like, did your family of origin, like your mom, did she ever go places to like protest and take you kids briefly, or go somewhere to, I don't know, it sort of looks like you guys went somewhere. It almost looks like protest, but it's like to stand up for what you believe in. It's somewhere where you were standing up for what you believe in, where you encountered this little girl. Like, so I guess it doesn't have to be like protesting, but I'm not sure what that would be, where your grown-ups were standing for what they believe in, and her grown-ups, I don't know if they were, I'm going to see if I can find out, if they were also doing the same thing, or if they just happened to be wherever this was. Not protests, but a lot of vacations. Okay, when you were homeless. Homeless. Okay. Well, I mean, that could, it's the 7 of Wands. You know the deck, right? You know the deck. So it's the 7 of Wands. So that, I mean, that theoretically, that could also match, because
it's about adversity and hard times. It's about, working hard in the face of a challenge, that kind of stuff. So, that could fit. Um, it's it's an endurance card and perseverance as well, but it does have to do with your belief system. So endurance. So I guess it could have been on one of those trips. So here's my question was, this fell out. So I'm trying to remember what my question was. It was, oh, when you were on those vacations, you remember what? Hold on. There's a lot of times she was told I would be put in special ed and got pissed at the school board. Were you ever on those quote unquote vacations? Were you ever in a place where like people were offering assistance? Because that would tie in, like if she had some sort of, I don't know, family that did where it was in some sort of like family service, like, you know what I mean, if they were offering like places to stay or meals or like fun times for families that were having hard times. Is that a possibility? Like, did you guys interact with religious? But it doesn't seem like they told me there's a photo of you guys, but it's not like, this is not like somebody where it's going to be like, oh, we knew this family super well. This is like, there's a photo of you guys because you were randomly playing together somewhere, and someone took a photo because in whatever, like, very short, less than a week, probably less than 4 days period of time where you interacted, you guys got along real well and somebody took a picture of it. It's that kind of, and we were denied because we either made too much, not in the correct demographic. So it sure looks like somebody that you've literally, because your question was, have we literally passed them in this lifetime? You have, but like not in a way that's like it's going to be like, oh my god, I was in this place, summer of 96 or whatever, and it's like, oh my gosh, we were there too, but you relocating is extremely essential to meeting this person. Did you guys look alike? There's something about you looking alike, right? Like something about it being endearing because you were in the same age group and you really hit it off, but also you looked alike. And all little kids play with lots of people, but you know how even as a little kid, you go, oh, this person like is just an automatic. I'm just playing with you. I don't even have to have a discussion about it. I wonder if that's it. Can you guys tell us? Does it have anything to do with St. Mary's? Let's see. Did you look like that little girl? Her eyes were like yours? Yeah, okay, that really actually could be it, because when I asked, like, could it be St. Mary's, we got the deck, so um, we got the lovers reversed, right, which means basically like an interruption, and then the Ten of Wands, which means being offered help, but the help that potentially comes with, not necessarily appropriate strings, and then, refusing that help. So you could be that could be right. That's so hard to tell because that's so in passing, but it definitely has something to do with relocating. Do you have a clarifier that comes to your head that I can ask, that, like, about where you might go? Because they traveled around a lot, helping people, and this was a time where, yeah, okay, and Aladdin's lamp. Okay, so that's a very strong possibility. Arkansas or Alabama come to mind. Okay. What can you tell us about Joe and his beloved in Arkansas? You want me to do 3, okay? Oh, did 3 just literally fall out together? They did. That's interesting. Okay. Do you know which one I said out loud? Um, did I say Arkansas or Alabama just now? Do you guys know?
You said
Ah,
Arkansas.
holy shit. I said Arkansas. Oh my God, you were so loud. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scream in everybody's ear. Okay, Arkansas. So Arkansas isn't, like, no. Arkansas is a stagnant on relationship. There might be, like, somebody there, but, like, they're not. Okay, so the question is about Alabama. Arkansas or Alabama? So Alabama now. Alabama and Joe. Okay, stuff just flew out. Well, that Alabama definitely feels more like home. There are tons of coins here, right? Which is Earth. The booming voice of God. Yeah, there's a lot of coins here, so, like, that already seems better for you. Let's see about, like, yeah. I mean, okay, Alabama is definitely, like, a better place for you to work for sure. Like, it, it's the 9 of coins, 5 of cups reversed, Ace of cups, 8 of coins. So it's talking about, home, success, being happy in your trade. The 8 of coins, even though there's a little bit of struggle there, it's about really, working hard at your craft to land in the right um, job spot. So let's see. Do you guys think I need more cards for this? Okay. How many? Can you tell me about a partner there? Oh yeah, she's in Alabama. She's in Alabama. Okay, now let me see. You said other stuff that I missed in the interim. Okay, something an age gap. How do you want me to phrase the age gap question? I'm going to put some of these cards up, but she's definitely in Alabama. Like all of those things for work looked good, and then literally when I asked if she, like about a partner, you got the Knight of Cups, the Emperor, and the World, all upright. You already liked the idea of Alabama better, I think, is what you said at the beginning of today. How do you want me to phrase the age gap question? How should I phrase that, Joe King? How do you want me to phrase it? Like, um, I see you guys as both little, but I guess it could also be a metaphor for something. And she was 4, you were 12 or something? Okay. Do you have a memory of meeting somebody? Well, at 12, you wouldn't have picked up on that, would you? When you were 12, were you guys, you would be a little bit older, were you guys, like, taking vacations that you remember, where we can ask something more specifically? Let's see, like, okay, what's falling out? I didn't have a solid question, but things fell out. Oh, thank God. Alarm went off. Let's see here. I'll put these to the side. Ten of Swords, Judgment reversed, Star. But I didn't really have a question, so struggle, right? And then Judgment reverse would be like sort of a state of oppression or lack of awareness, and then the Star would be hope. So it would be like after a battle. So I mean, we didn't ask a specific question, but I don't know why those jumped out. So like, but this little phrase in card language, right, would mean after a battle, where it was sort of self-inflicted, there was hope. You were charity walk, okay. Something about hope after no hope at all. Okay, so can we, let's see. With her giving her a piggyback ride. Okay, I can ask questions about that. Can you guys tell us any kind of story about Joe King and a little girl he gave a piggyback ride to? just being kids. Like, is there anything you can say about that? Can you tell us anything about that person? It's like trying to understand this answer. Never met her again. Her mom was going about husband who died in combat. Hold on. Okay, can I get clarifiers here? Joe, do you do charity work of any kind? I mean, I guess that was technically charity work, right? The Six of Coins keeps coming up. That's why I'm asking. No matter what what question we're pulling on, the Six of Coins coming up, right? Which is generosity, charity, kindness, value. And so it's like that's something really consistent no matter what we ask about this person. But when I asked about the girl, like the piggyback girl, right? It said the answer confused me. The answer is the idea of reconnecting with someone that you remember like that is very inspiring to you. But they didn't give me an answer. Like, they're not giving me an answer about, but yes, it's her, right? Like, it's just the idea, of having a freeze frame moment where you did connect with her is something that appeals to you, which makes sense, right? But then when I ask, like, so is it her, right? They keep giving me this charity card. I know, I mean, the things that are true, like that are finite, and at least according to this reading, right? Which nothing's perfect, but things that are finite is she traveled around a lot. You guys have encountered each other, but it was extremely brief. Arkansas is a definite no. She's not there. Alabama looks good. I'm wondering if you will meet doing something charitable, because it's still coming up rather than it just being the one that came up in the storyline about the past, right? It's still coming up. Like it's like I don't know if you do big brothers, big sisters, or heartbreak and grief with charity. Heartbreak and grief with charity. Charity for those with heartbreak and grief. Do you do stuff with other vets, Joe? Yeah, there it is. Okay. I don't know if she's gonna. Can you guys clarify? Is she doing outreach for other vets, or is she a widow? She lost her father figure in the military. They're telling me to stop. Do you have a different question? They're telling me they can't give me anything else about this. Do you have a different way to phrase it? So the last thing that came up, right, was charity, working with people, right, who have endured loss from like battles and then I asked, is she working with those people or is she one of those people? The answer is sort of both. She lost her dad. She tied to a church? Okay, that's a different question. Can I answer that question? Or can you guys try and answer that question? Okay. They wanted me to phrase it nicer. How do I phrase it nicer? I asked, can I answer the question? And they said, no, but we can. That's how I ask it nicer. Is she connected? Is she connected to a church of some sort? Actually, wondering if she's military too. Here's this again. So why is this back? She is a warrior too. Was the answer they gave to is she in a church? She is a warrior too. And then something about playing it safe. This keeps coming up. The Two of Wands reversed. She's a warrior. Two of Cups, right? That means like that's soulmate. She's a warrior soulmate. She attached to a church. I'm not. feel like she's not attached to a church, but she might be going to be. Like, because it basically said, you said, is she attached to a church? It didn't really give me an answer, but it gave me like Five of Cups reverse, Eight of Wands, right? So it's like she's in the process of forgiving. In answer to, is she part of a church? She's in the process of forgiving and she's healing swiftly. So maybe you can take that to mean something. But yeah, your interpretation of the Two of Wands reversed makes sense. Like if she's afraid to love someone similar for fear of loss or something. But she's on the mend. What did you say about meeting someone in a church? Do you know who she is? Well, tell me, because I don't. Do you know who this is? Like, was this somebody at a church saying, I'm here, but I'm working on forgiving or something? Oh, I gotta plug this in. Battery says nope. Wait a second. You know someone in Alabama already? Tell me what became a witness mean. She, um, once when you were 12, she moved to Alabama. Her mom became a witness and she left the church. I dated her in my 20s and kind of faded from her. Oh. And is this person, are they connected to the military? What's all this military stuff? Courtney. I'm trying to figure out a way to ask that question. I can ask it with the rods. Hold on a second. There you go. The Emperor kept standing really tall, and in this particular deck especially, he's in full armor, but his sword is, it's like he's King Arthur sort of, right? His sword is inaccessible to him at the moment because it's in something else. He's got I think it's a goat. I can't tell if it's a goat or a ram. Well, it's a ram, I guess. Like a Taurus type thing. Let me ask about Courtney. I think you know. I don't think I need to ask this, but I'm going to ask the rods anyway. Okay, they want me to ask it two ways. They want me to ask if you will, if you will meet someone through her. They will want me to ask if it's her. So I'm not sure why they want me to ask it two ways. Okay, let's see. All right. I already have someone here. Okay,
Actually, I'll wait for you to lock in here. Someone here? Thank you. Ooh, interesting. You're new. Do you love and respect God, Source, the light? Thank you. Can you please show me what a no would look like? Thank you. Now, to clarify, you're human energy, right? Okay, thank you. Do you have the permission of my angels and spirit guides to be operating this machinery? Thank you. Can I ask you a question on behalf of Joe King? Thank you. Can I ask you a question about, is Courtney someone that we've been discussing? Okay, it's a big yes, but we have been discussing her, so we're going to have to ask more specifically. Um, to your knowledge, the Courtney we're discussing, does she still live in and around Alabama? Yes. Now, the Courtney we're discussing, this is the Courtney that Joe King has encountered in his lifetime a couple times, yeah? Yeah. Okay. And we're talking about a Courtney who lost her dad in Afghanistan? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you wanted me to ask the question in two ways. So the first way is Joe going to be running into Courtney again in life sometime in the next, I don't know, 5 years? Yes. Okay. Is he going to be running into her in the next maybe like year? Yes. Okay. I won't ask sooner than that. I think it could be though. Um, is Courtney someone that he's destined to like date again romantically? Yes. Um, I know things can change, and so uh, things can change, and maybe she's not the end all be all. Is she supposed to introduce him to someone else that is the love of his life? No. Okay. Is she supposed to be a significant partner to him in his lifetime? Yes, it's a big yes. It's not a like a kind of yes. It's a big yes. Um, okay, I've got some questions to ask though about like where she is in her life though, because I'm wondering if she's in a relationship right now. Yes, she is. Okay. Is she do you guys foresee, is she in an extremely serious relationship right now? No. Okay. Is it like she's leaving a very serious relationship right now? No. Okay. So she's just sort of dating someone right now. Yes. Okay. The cards confuse me. Has she been married to someone in the military? No. Okay. So it was just her father that is her connection. Yes. What does she look like? Joe King, can you tell me a little bit what she looks like? Can you tell me about her coloring a little bit? Like hair. I'm seeing a person. That's why.
Okay, okay, the red tint. I saw somebody with lighter hair, so that's why I wasn't sure if I was seeing her. You keep asking a question in your head, Joe King, because the rods keep answering you. Can you ask whatever you asked in your head? Either if you don't want to type it, can you just ask it again so I can give you a solid answer and just confirm that you're asking it? Okay, guys. Yeah. Yes, it was that was a yes. Let me ask. I'm just curious. Is this one of Joe? Like, is this Joe's forever ever person or one of his really significant choice? Let me ask it. I'm asking really complicated questions. Is this one of his really significant choices? Yes. Is it his end all only choice? No, of course, everybody has lots of choices. You were really young, though, weren't you? Weren't you darn near like early 20s teenagehood? Um, does she have like terrible memories of Joe? She did get pissed at you. That's interesting. Um, are they gonna just run into each other somehow? Yeah. Does he have to come up with some sort of like way to encounter her? No. I don't know why I keep feeling like she's gonna be somebody important, but there's another person. Is there another person? Yes. I don't understand this. Is there another person in Alabama? Yes. She's somehow going to lead him to the other person. Yes. No, you guys are going to encounter each other. I asked, like, is he going to have to figure out a convoluted way to run into her? Would he know the person he's going to meet through? No. No. The person, though, that he meets through her, is that like his really significant person? Yes. I don't know that. I don't know. I mean, you figured out who it is. Like, you figured her out. So you know what direction you're going. But this, so he doesn't know who this is. Is that correct? That's correct. Um, but it is somebody. Were the cards right? Is it someone like? Did I interpret them right? Is it somebody he encountered like briefly in his childhood? Yes. And so somehow this other person also encountered them. Yes. Is he gonna have to like hurt Courtney to be with this other person? No. Okay. Hmm. But Courtney is going to be a person he needs to make contact with in order to meet this other person. Is that correct? Yes. So is Courtney the warrior person that they were talking about? No. Okay. So they were talking about two different girls in that card reading. Yes. So the warrior soulmate, is she Courtney's friend? Yes. The warrior soulmate is Courtney's friend. So I asked if Courtney had memories of you that were negative, and they said yes. Is Courtney still holding a grudge about that? No. Is Courtney like, are they gonna maybe date before they? You guys might date a little bit, but it might be like getting together because you've run into each other, and then you'll meet someone else. And so, like, are he and Courtney gonna get super serious? No. I think that's a big no. Okay. And then, but then, like, socializing together and, like, sort of going out together a little bit, he'll meet this other person. Yes. And does all this, like, is Alabama someplace that's, like, absolutely mandatory for this to happen? No. But as things are laid out right now, is it likely to occur in Alabama? Big yes. Okay, big yes. Big yes. So, like, it seems like they're sort of saying you're gonna meet this girl somehow anyway. They're gonna make it happen because it's your person, right? But the fastest path right now is Alabama and meeting through somebody you already know. So when they were talking about, like, somebody that lost somebody, that was to connect you to Courtney. But when they're talking about this warrior soulmate, that's this other lady. That makes sense why she talked about Joseph, why that talked about in the process of forgiving. Like, like, um, if you and Courtney had a little bit of water under the bridge, right? She'll be able to forgive you pretty fast, like once you encounter each other socially. Well, if she's a warrior and you're a warrior, you'll sort of deserve each other. A lot of us that wind up with our people find out that we're not necessarily any of us awesome, right? It's just that we met our frickin' match. So I think it's likely that whoever this is won't be scared of your mess as long as you're not scared of her mess. But that's interesting. They were extremely clear on Arkansas, like, for every reason. So I don't know, where do you have that interview tomorrow? Is that having to do with Arkansas? Is that why they were so, like, loud about it being not the best plan? And that's tomorrow, huh? Is Well, what about Alabama? What do you know about them? Like, is it feasible? Because they seem really convinced that it's where you need to be. Like, not just for girls, right? Like, it seems like you're going to be happier there. I don't really know much about the cost of living in Bama. Like I did a little bit of research with Miss Claudia about like apartments and stuff, but that was only in one town. So I don't know like how it compares like in terms of like cost of living. I mean, 32 an hour is decent in any, you know, town that's not like New York or California. I just looked up at the chat. Well, I'm glad you at least know who she is, and to me, it makes it less convoluted when they started saying like she's the connecting person, she's not the end game person. Hold on one second. I gotta take a bunch of pills. Whee! I just looked up apartments in Mobile. You'd be fine. You'd be more than fine. You could have a pretty nice place actually. Not even pushing your budget. I was only ever in Mobile to tour, right? So I'd see it for like 20 minutes. But it's a cute little. I'm looking at the map. It's a cute little place. I mean, it's, I guess not that little. I don't mean little like tiny, but it's not huge either. And it's got a lot of water access. Looks like. What is that? Something Bay? What is that? No, no one knows. You can't even get your driver's license until you're 18 in New York. Like, but you know that's why they have the public transportation they do. Yeah, Ange. Yeah, Claudia's still in Bama. I was looking. That's why I knew just a tiny, tiny bit about it because I was helping her look at apartments a couple different times, like on those apartment hunting sites. So I've got to cover up my birdie cage, but I want to know, Joseph, now, just in hindsight, like how old you were when you met Courtney and all of that kind of stuff, because I'm just curious about, you know, where I go wrong, where I go right in readings. You know what I mean? Trying to figure stuff out.
Do y'all look alike at all, or are you gonna look alike this other girl? Pixie, while I was running to get something in the kitchen, you know what clicked for me? That's super weird. Back when I was trying to read your house, when you were still talking about the yellow house, all of a sudden, right, I was wanting to talk about your dad. Your dad, I'm using air quotes around your dad, dating a lady in a storefront like downtown, standing behind a counter. And you said, well, that sounds like it's at the antiques mall, but I don't know anybody like there that he would like. But now Santa Claus, didn't you say Santa Claus married? Is marrying somebody from the antique that he met at the antique mall? So what does this lady in the house look like? Because I remember the lady I described. I'm wondering if she's Santa Claus's girl and not your dad's, because it was connected to you getting the house. Okay, so what do they look? What does she look like? How is she dressed? So not she's not the lady like what? Like, see, that's what I was trying to distinguish. Is it like, was that for your dad, or was this about Santa Claus? Right? Will Claus, because but that's not the lady. Like, if you remember, the lady they kept talking about, you know, worked somewhere in a little storefront, is very ladylike in her dress, the way she dresses. Well, this is not, she's not meeting the description, so that's not it. But I just wondered. I thought, well, maybe it's not for your dad, because she kept saying, my dad wouldn't like anybody in town. Um, and so I thought, well, maybe this was his girl, but it's not. I want to know what she looks like. No, I mean, this is somebody like, they did keep, I felt like they were talking about Pixie's dad. However, Pixie kept saying the only place I can think of like that, right, is the place where I used to rent my booth. And I can't think of a lady that looks like that. And I was like, well, maybe she'll be new, or maybe there'll be a new store in town or something. Because this lady definitely was, like, kept talking about her look. She dressed very like very 1950s, like very ladylike, dainty might be a better describer, and she definitely had gray hair, but she was dyeing it red. And that lady she just described doesn't sound like that at all. So I just thought, you never know. It could be Santa Claus's girl because it did tie directly into their finding a house. But I don't know. I guess that means her dad's still got a dame coming. Good. Have great dreams. It was good to see you. Keep someone posted so we can hear through the gossip through the grapevine how you're doing and how the job hunt goes and all that kind of stuff. They said 3 in the afternoon, but I don't know if it's 3 their time. Huh. Likewise, night, Joseph. Brian and only Brian, but now he'll talk to this lady. I don't know. I just know that they were determined that whenever he does meet someone that's significant, she was going to be closer to his age, and that it was going to shock everybody because he doesn't do that. Oh yeah, it would be. It would be really late. Oh, Christy, you like Sublime? Lovin' is what you got. Lovin' is what she's got. She said, remember that. Yeah, I want to know what she looks like. I'd say she's got to be like 50 plus. I think she's going to be older than that even, but she's got to be 50 plus or she ain't the one. I don't know what y'all were talking about, but if I went back to read it all, I would lose the plot. She's an Aries baby. She's an Aries baby. I just turned 45. 4-5. I can kick and I can stretch and I can kick. I'm 4-5. You're still in. I can't remember if you're a. I think you're a Libropio. Libropio, aren't you? Like a cusp, Libra Scorpio cusp, Pixie. Yeah, you guys are 2 13s. Because Let's see. So the cusp would probably be like the 18th. So actually, you're not even a cusper, but there's some Libra things that you seem to not do. And then there's some Scorpio things that you seem to definitely do. Maybe it's in your chart other places. So yeah, like figuring out what time. I think we did that once, right? Where we did. I sent a little map saying like based on the time you were born, where it gave at least just a basic digital chart. But I don't remember if I gave you one. I had a Scorpio addiction problem in terms of sensual partners when I was younger. What time were you born? Hold on a second. Let me find this little thingamajig. Yeah, I had a Scorpio addiction problem. Like they weren't always the most harmonious relationships, but oh my gosh, I dated a lot of them. And I've historically a lot of Scorpios, a lot of Virgos. Still, there are quite a few Virgos in my mix. Let's see here. Birth chart. Come on. Did you too, Chrissy? You had a Scorpio issue? It's okay. Let's see. October 13th. You're 1970. Hold on here. Oh. What time of day do you know, Pix? Okay. And where in the world? Need a city, unfortunately, girl. I know that's the internet, but hint, hint, wink, wink. West Monroe. Okay, let's see what it says here. So your sun's in Libra, we knew that. Girl, your moon is in Aries. Let's see.
My brain just totally forgot, like, where the rising is on the chart. Okay, anyway, first of all, let me send you your link here, because this has got a lot of information. Come on, phone, what you doing? Okay, now let's try it this way then, I guess. Oh, poor. Okay, I just saw my I didn't see any of my texts before, but Amanda did say that she was having trouble with her little bit. That was like a few hours ago. Wait, that didn't send you your chart. Hold on a second. I want to send you your chart. I think that sent you just a link to charts. This is your chart. How do I send you that? Wow, this is detailed. But I'm trying to find the right link. When I sent it to you, I want to share this report. How do I do that? This has got me all mad. Well, here's the thing. The link I sent you, if you put in the same information I did, you'll get exactly what I'm looking at here. Wait. Oh. You can create a print-friendly PDF copy of this report, or I can email it. Let me email it. Okay, email. Yeah, I want to email you. So now what? This is a very, I don't know why this. Yeah. Okay, did you get copy? Like if you've entered your own information, I'm going to stop this because it's trying to fish for our emails. I don't really want to give them our emails. Jeez Louise, Josh's dad was a Scorpio, Charlie was a Scorpio. She's got all these Scorpion baby daddies. Christy, you strike me as someone who's maybe done your own chart, but I would happily send you a link to the site if you would like it. I think you're might be in my phone as Fruity Pebbles. I think. I'm going to check here. or maybe my email. Okay, so you put your info in, you're gonna have to scroll because that whole thing is gonna give you lots of stuff. And all of the weird, if you're not used to looking at it, all of the weird symbols um, won't mean anything. But in that chart, if you scroll further down, um, it actually writes it out for you. So it'll say like, hey, your sun is in Libra. This is what that can mean. Your moon is in Aries. This is what that'll mean. So it's a lot. But I didn't know. But it's good to know even just that your moon is in Aries, you know. Okay, I'm trying to find you, Fruity Pebbles. I know I have you in my phone because you texted or emailed me a picture of a candle when Kat's husband was not doing well 2 times ago. But I can't remember if you emailed me or you texted me. Must be email. I don't see it here. Unless I got all sneaky and just put your name in because I had it figured out, but I didn't want to say it in public. I'm not sure. Let's see here. Early Light 1. Is that your email, honey bun? So I want to give you this link too here. I wonder if I can link it on this page. We're going to find out. Okay, earlylight1 at AOL.com. Thank you. I know they don't let us type it out very easy here. They make it hard as they can. Come on, what's going on? Okay, there we go. Early Light 1 at AOL.com. All right, here we go. Early Light 1. Nope. I'm a crazy person, not at AOP. At AOL. Yes, computer, that makes much more sense. Okay, Brent. Chart site. There we go. Now that should have gone through, but I'm going to double triple check because Yeah, that's the site we're using, and it's real fast and easy. I think you're somebody that can probably chart for real. I already blocked them forever. INFJ door slam. That's funny. And we out. You guys are gone. Peace out. Really? Can I ask, do you know um why they're so like why they're still hanging on to wanting to cause you trouble? I mean, if you don't want to tell me why, that's fine, but do you know why? Or is it just because they're being rich, like ridiculous vindictive? Right. Oh, I'm sure that if they're like if someone's willing to do that kind of stuff, I'm sure they have a hit list of more than one person. It's not vindictive? No, they want it. I mean, like I guess I get that, but I've always sort of thought it makes sense to me, even though I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that people would ever want to do that to anybody. Just like I'm sure you're like, I don't understand it either. But however, if for the people that do that kind of stuff and dabble with that kind of crap, it makes sense to me that sometimes it would work for them if they're being charming and they're luring somebody, and that person has their guard down. But if someone has their guard totally up and is disinterested in engaging and you've upset them too, you would think it would be so much more difficult to have access to that energy. I can only assume about one he. I'm only one he is coming to mind, and I agree with you there. I may be thinking of the wrong he because I don't know the details, but I can think of one. Man, if you think you sound crazy experiencing it, how crazy do they have to be to want to do that? Crazy. Well, good morning. Good morning, lady. Did you get a good nap in? Okay, the one question I have is there's two he's here, right? There's a card reader who didn't know you, and that person is a male. Because sometimes when things are in type, I just want to clarify. And then there's another male who is a collaborator and a troublemaker. Is that accurate? I don't think I know. I don't think I know everything, but Claudia would be able to help me with this. Are we talking about the same old man? Yum, peanut butter cups. Ooh, 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 ooh. I miss peanut butter. I lived on it. I lived on it for my pregnancy with kiddo and had always loved it. And then shortly thereafter became extremely allergic. My pH just changed. I think she's talking about an old man we both know, but I wanted to confirm that. You are too. Were you always allergic, or did it happen later also? Yeah, I thought we were talking about the same old man, but it's hard, when everything's in print and I'm not, in on this on the social conversation. Pixie's allergic to bullshit. You will be back? Okay. Okay. Hopefully we'll still be here. If not, we hope to see you soon. Okay. I hope it's a fun call. Like a fun, like schmoopy, like, hi boyfriend kind of call. That would be nice. No, I'm sure. I'm sure of that. SW. I was hoping it was a fun schmoopy schmoop. What do you want me to? How do you want me to phrase the question? How about I say, what is it, Pig? Been handed a crown. Okay. Can you guys show me what it looks like? The story with Christy and being handed a crown. No, that's okay. I'm throwing the cards about her question, but I think I did. I think I asked about Jimmy's family and Native Americans. It's on your side, huh?
Yeah, I just asked that very basic question, Christy, but we got Judgment, the Star, and the Queen of Swords, right? So, um, yeah, they're saying basically uh, spiritual. Um, well, it can be read one of two different ways, right? People that are trapped in a sort of spiritual loop can look to your light to try to escape because you are a warrior of the light, right? Or it could be looked at as, you know, just sort of reaffirming that you are part of a spiritual group that sometimes works on people's, I don't know how to say it, people's like karma with them or alongside them. So if they're in repeating patterns or stuck in a spiral, um, you sort of go with them, um, to sort of serve as a helper and someone to help sort of light the way and help fight the battle. So people would be interested in you for that. Let me see what this says. Okay, wait. I don't understand. Right. You're a warrior of light. Right. No, no, no. I hope you didn't misunderstand me. They're seeking you out because you're a light warrior and they don't like it. Um, and you help people that have been maybe not dark, right? Not dark like evil or whatever, but people who have struggled with being sort of trapped up in their karma, repeating bad patterns. You sort of have served a purpose to sort of be inserted into their worlds to sort of help navigate them away from that stuff. And, anybody that theoretically doesn't like that, right? They don't like people being helped. They'd rather them stay in a state of confusion and be desperate enough to need, to be needing people that aren't great intentioned, right? So yeah, I can see that. So you guys both have, are you guys this, Pixie, are you guys, are they similar tribes? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. Did you say which tribe? Did Aunt Debbie tell you, like a tribe?
On the knees, that's a unique point of contact for spirits. So they're Pixie, while I'm looking it up, and then in Natchez, Mississippi. Most of the balance of Natchez citizens, um, Cherokee, the Muskogee Nation, Seminole, Chickasaw, and a few in the modern Choctaw. Now that seems like it's current day. But the tribe itself, the Natchez tribe, are famous in the anthropological literature. They had elaborate social and ceremonial systems and for their use of platform mounds. So if you're in an area, if they're from an area where they have those Indian burial mounds specifically, that's probably Natchez officially. It does make sense. What about Mormons? I think you were sleeping, Claudia, but Joe King is having job interviews for some jobs in Mobile. Oh, so like when they willingly took on other religions or spiritualities, they chose Mormonism. Is that sort of what you mean? Like when they transitioned from their spirituality? I couldn't remember how far you were from there, Claudia. I told him I thought it was 2 or 3 hours, but I could have been way off. It's so interesting because you don't usually hear about the Mormons like in the southeast at all. Like some, I guess you hear a little bit about them in the southwest, and then of course up north, right? But um, it makes sense that they would be everywhere the way they sent out missionaries. Like a lot more, Claudia. Like like did I tell him like 3 hours and it's like 12? 12. Sorry. We're all from such big states. Nobody's from Rhode Island where it takes 15 minutes. I wrote it down because I wrote down the article name because my my phone's going. Probably he'd be okay. I mean, he's a military chap, right? So he could move probably back into that pretty smoothly. The old man, dun dun dun. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to spend that much time, it's good that it's been reviewed. Miss Claudia, how did you meet your fella? and whose educational pocket they live in. It's okay. It was I asked how you met your fella. Tell me about the podcast, Pixie Pix. That's a really useful skill set, especially in this day and age, to be a good researcher. Ah, I see. I thought that might be coming in this documentary. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. Who told you? I mean, like, who was it? A guy that told you, or someone else? Oh my gosh, was it while he was in school to be an EMT? Because that would, yeah, they would push that hard, huh? Do you know what the statistics were? So you met, I'm sorry, you met on a website, Claudia, and he's a military guy. Hmm. You have a lot of family members in the government, but I guess it depends on, which branch. Now he was dehydrated that day, right? Didn't they give him a couple bags? He wasn't even dehydrated the day? Because I used to, did he get tested for POTS? That's dumb. They should have done that because they can either do a tip table test or they can literally take his blood pressure while he's laying down, sitting down, and standing up. And then, depending on the results of that, that could lead them into other testing. Okay, so the testing revealed nothing, but they want to keep looking, or is it a follow up? Mm, he needs to get a SIBO test, SIBO. 1,000%. Hold on. Okay, sleep well, honey. That is great news. Bye, lady. We'll see you soon. I'm glad all your test results came out good, and I hope you get pretty sleep with your next to your 18-pound baby baby animal. Half dozen talking about this cult. Which cult, though? Um, I watch a lot of readers, so I'm just curious, like, which cult? Um, I'm sorry, you mean coven instead of cult? Hold on. I think I missed something. I'm trying to scroll to find it here. So, Pixie, the thing about SIBO, SIBO, okay, um, it's happened in my family to people of all different ages. Um, my mother, now she was older, right? But she kept turning up, like she suddenly had like she always had low blood pressure her whole life. Suddenly she was having these terrifying bouts of high blood pressure where like they would send her in an ambulance straight from work, right? Because she would feel so strange or she would faint or whatever. She'd go and her pulse rate and her pressure would be obscene. And they were doing test after test after test, of course, on her cardiac system and all kinds of things. They never found anything. They kept putting her on meds. Some helped, I guess, a little bit, but like just not very much, not very much. And then, strangely, out of the blue, I got given a SIBO test just because they thought I had a different type of symptom, right? And when I was there, the lady said, yeah, sometimes, for whatever reason, even though it's just like a little gut infection, like it can cause big problems because it adds pressure, it sort of bloats your tummy, it adds pressure, and some of the chemicals it creates and enzymes can increase like heart rate and blood pressure to a point, and then they can't figure it out because there's nothing wrong with the actual heart mechanism or anything surrounding it. And I was like, oh my gosh. So my mom went in and got this test. We both had this stuff off the charts. She started the antibiotic, and she'd been going in and out of hospitals and staying for weeks at a time at this point for about 18 months. But she got this test. They had her results in 3 hours. The test is non-invasive. It's sort of like you drink something, sort of like a diabetic type test, right? You drink a fluid, but instead you breathe into this thing and it measures certain gases. And so they started her they couldn't me because I was on a different line of treatment that conflicted, and I had different symptoms. But so they started her immediately on the symptom or on this antibiotic to fight this gut bacteria. And in a week, her blood pressure issue was gone. And it stayed gone for a couple of years. And then she started feeling sort of the symptoms again, went back, figured out that this was flaring up again, right? Like the gut bacteria had fought back or whatever. So she had to do a couple more rounds, but it's just an oral antibiotic. And then it started happening to like young cousins of mine and things. And so for whatever reason, it runs in the family. So SIBO, SIBO, and it's actually for you would go to see like a gastro, right, person for this. Um, but if after seeing cardiologists, like they can't find anything, right? If it's like, well, we see very clinically your pressure is high, and your pulse rate is high, and it and it sort of seems to do this at random, and it's making you very scared, and but nothing's wrong with your heart or your valves or anything, then it's totally worth getting the SIBO test and even asking for it, just because it's so non-invasive. I know I'm Medicare and it covered it, the whole thing, and um, it really changed her life in particular. But it stands for like small intestine bacterial overgrowth or something. It's something pretty simple, but and when you look it up, right, it has all these symptoms about like gut discomfort or like upset stomach or something. And most of the people, at least in my family, they didn't experience any of that. So when somebody even suggested maybe it's in your gut, they were like, whatever. They only had these cardiac things. And and it is a symptom, but it's not one that they talk about. You have to like specifically Google SIBO and high, blood pressure issues or whatever. But it changed everything for her like that fast. And it may not be his issue. However, if they can't find anything structurally wrong with any of his heart parts, it's worth looking into. 3 episodes. Oh my gosh, that's so scary. That's scary, Christy. It's an aneurysm, but it happened in your stomach. He does have stomach issues, Pix. Okay, yeah, he should look into the SIBO. I mean, I know it's confusing because they say when you're having a cardiac event, right, you have gastric issues as well. But if he has gastric or, gut issues, even when he's not having um, like the episodes, it's definitely should absolutely look into it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You need to read all about SIBO. I should have asked about that last time. But there was so much information going on about your property, and he was only really thinking about getting a car, which is funny. Taking your without weaning you, like it caused terrible withdrawals, Christy, is that what you mean? I've had something similar. Uh, I mean, I've been on some neuro meds before, but I don't know. Um, I don't know what qualifies like brain injury medications. I don't know if I was on stuff quite like that, but I was on some neuro meds, and then things, more simple like Neurontin slash gabapentin type stuff. Well, I'm really glad in that whirlwind that Ashton has her house back to herself, and those people aren't there causing her problems anymore. Yeah, yeah. Adderall. Interesting. So they used Adderall for TBI also? I'm so glad you were okay. I looked that one up last week. I think for Amanda. I think. Let's see. Oh, I was on something kind of like this when they were trying to figure out my tremors, but it's been a long time. Are you a Parkinson's patient, or are you sort of like me, where you're sort of in that nebulous, weird, where does this tremor come from territory? Ah, yes, I'm sorry. You said that. I didn't retain it. I'm sorry about that. Hmm. So it's got a lot of off, like sort of off labels. I mean, everything I've ever taken, I think, was for off label purposes. And now, of course, doctors are struggling with that. Pix, has Kiddo had any episodes since that last one, or has he been okay? Oh, after that one. Oh, good night, nurse. That's not good. So she took him to the ER, and that was even after he'd gotten that test where the results were fine, huh? I'm bookmarking all this stuff about it, Christy, because it might. I'm going to take a look at that stuff later. Ooh, girls, speaking of tremor, my body's starting to peter out, but I guess we've been here quite a while. Miss Christie, did you have a question about manifestation or
I figured if you did, you'd ask. But if you haven't, please do, because I need to send myself away to have resting soon. Yeah, physiology instead of psychology. You'll think about it. Okay, well, hopefully I'll stream more. I'm going to start streaming on my other channel, but that is the, less social, more monetary channel. But hopefully we can figure out a schedule moving forward where we can all socialize here some, and then I can work over there. And thank you, girls, for coming. I appreciate it muchly. I'm probably going to cut the live onto bed. You'll think about me and tell me, okay, we'll see what happens. Yeah, we do, Pixie, because just when you were even talking about the house, I was like, oh yeah, we need to do that, so that I can post that up there before I get started over there. I've been struggling physically more in the last 6 months than average, for sure. So you were waiting. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't even remember this past weekend. I think there was a lot of laying down and whimpering. Learn how to channel and understand it. I'm sure, like, honestly, it'll be for you, Christy, since you have studied so much and things. It'll be one of those things where it'll be like one little thing that's the key, where you go, oh, now I get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, since you're so informed in other way about other things, it's just figuring out for you what sort of the magic is the wrong word, but what the language your brain uses to communicate, and sort of locking the pattern of that. And once you do, it'll just like flow. It's probably already flowing. You just need to decode it, I guess is the way to put it. I don't know if Joe is asleep or not. So I'm going to kill the broadcast. I'm going to remove him first so we don't do startly things. Okay. And thank you guys for coming. And Christy, congratulations on your news. I know you're still processing it, but that's huge, man. That's huge. Hugely good news today, and I'm so glad for you. And Pix, I know we'll talk very soon. Good night, love and light to everyone.